Good afternoon, everyone. Just want to start the meeting off. Today is May 11th. It's 5 p.m. and we are in the BPUB Annex building. I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. Can I get a confirmation of quorum? Good. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We'll continue to item D, workshops, public hearings. I think we're good. Any public comments?
No public comments.
No public comments today. We'll move on to item F, consent agenda items. Any discussions or motions?
If nobody has any questions, I will move to approve the consent agenda items.
Okay, we have a motion
I'll second that.
and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. We'll start with item G, items for individual consideration, general manager's report.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. In your packet, you'll have the May, June, and July calendars. We have several upcoming meetings and events that are coming on later this week and have passed. I'm not going to go over all of the meetings that are there. They're posted online on there. But for the members of the public, we have 3 holidays coming up, May 25th, June 19th, and July 3rd. Are there any questions on calendar? Okay. Thank you for those of you traveling to the various different PUB activities. I appreciate your time and valuable commitment to the organization. Next, I do want to call on under regular and updates. We did have an event this past weekend, and Javier Martinez, our electrical system planning manager, will be providing a brief update, just an overall how the system performed and the issues that we're experiencing. Although our system did not seem to have a major impact on the wind event, other surrounding neighboring utilities did.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Javier Martinez, Manager of Electrical Systems Planning. Today I want to give a highlight of the events that happened this weekend, particularly May 9th through May 10th. So before I go into the specifics, I wanted to give you guys a quick overview of our system again to kind of show some of the decision-making that happened during that time. We have a loop system. As I mentioned, it's to help redundancy. If you lose one line, there's power from the adjacent substation. The other thing is there's 2 main interconnection lines. So as I mentioned, we have a loop system. Basically, on each end of our loop, there is a main transmission line that we import power and potentially in the future can even export power as well. So on May 9th, you're very much aware there was a significant storm that occurred in the lower Rio Grande Valley. It was been identified as a microburst, severe winds, heavy rain. At this time, during that event, the aftermath, there was significant infrastructure that was damaged. Some of that impacted our import lines, and additionally, it impacted one of our main interconnection lines. After the event, on May 9th, there was 2 events that happened that triggered our protection system to trip, and we have, set relay programs in case our system ever were to exceed a certain voltage, it automatically load sheds. So on May 9th, one of our interconnection lines had reclosing. Basically, some of the potentially damage at the time was unknown. We are aware now it is a vegetation, was causing the line to trip. And every time it would trip, our system was being held by one interconnection line, and that load was very significant that the voltage would go down, and as a result, as I mentioned, our relay tripped. And so we tripped on stage 1, stage 2, and we had a loss of roughly about 14,000 customers at that time. Those two events lasted about 30 minutes for our customers. Anytime it is a transmission operation, we have to work with ERCOT and to safely operate the system and restore our customers. And that occurred both times on May 9th. Again, it only happened 2 events on that day. Some of the discussion that was held as well after those events with ERCOT was to figure out what were to happen if we actually lost one of those interconnection lines, right? What would be, how severe would it be? From a preliminary discussion with them and from our own experience, we felt, we know that if we lost one of those interconnection lines, we could have lost the entire grid of Bronzeville. So a decision was held as far as developing some plans. So we developed mitigation plans in case those interconnection lines started to get overloaded. We had plans to shed the system, and when you shed something, you help bring the voltage back up and cause the system to be stable. That was one. The second was we needed to look into breaking our system. So I remember I mentioned to you guys, we have a loop system. So we were looking at basically splitting the loop in half. And so you have half the system on interconnection line 1 and the rest on interconnection line 2. So that way, if you ever lost one interconnection line, you will not lose the whole city. Only the portion that was assigned to each of the interconnection lines. And so we went from a loop system into a radio system. So that just gives you an overview of where we left off on May 9th. On May 10th, which was Sunday, we experienced several, about 6 events where the line continued to trip and reclose. At that time, our customers were experiencing loss of power that would take roughly 45 seconds to a minute to come back online. I was one of those customers. I experienced those outages as well, the momentary blinks that were happening on the system. And then leading on to that, like I said, that happened 6 times. On the 6th time, actually, it was very severe. At this time, all of our protection operated as intended. We are still gathering more information, but one of the things that was different in this time was that one of our stations actually tripped under that event, and we lost one of our substations. What we know of that substation, it's home of some of our generation. And so, as I mentioned, when we split the system, you have a radio line. What that means is if you ever lose a certain component, everything from that station and down, you're going to lose. So because we lost this particular power plant substation, all the subsequent stations that were connected, which was roughly about 3 other stations, were also impacted. That was roughly about another 14,500 customers, and that whole outage experienced about 1 hour, and again, working with ERCOT to restore them because it was a transmission operation. So in that, we're currently gathering more information to figure out what happened with those, with that particular station. Like I said, at this time, everything seems to have operated as intended. Shortly after that, we got notice that the impact, which was the vegetation impacting our interconnection line, was resolved. And we also started seeing some of our import lines that connect to our interconnection stations also becoming readily available. We were able, at that point, working with ERCOT, we got the green light to go ahead and connect the system back online, creating our loop system. That's why I mentioned to you guys having that loop is great because it adds that redundancy. And so in these scenarios, when we had to split it, they were radio. And so whenever you lose a station, anything subsequent to it can be lost. And ever since we made those changes, once we got more import lines, we also brought our system back. We've had no more transmission operations. And at this time, like I said, everything is going back to normal on that end. There are some additional things that we're doing, right? So we're looking at further analysis on the actual event. We're looking to see how Gen would have impacted this role. What we've originally seen is one of the issues that we had. Yes.
Gen being generation, right?
Yes, sorry.
Just wanted to make it
Sorry.
clear.
Yes, generation. So with generation, we're looking to see if we had more generation, would that have helped during the scenario? I think right now it's still preliminary, but I think because the system was very unstable, we had issues with connecting the existing generation. So at this time, we don't think additional gen would have helped that significantly because it would have continued to trip based on the voltage instability that was occurring at the time. Earlier this year, or maybe last year, we talked a little bit about creating a new transmission loop, the north transmission loop. An idea there, we haven't kind of gone fully through, but an idea there was to build a third interconnection line. So right now we have two. Building a third, in case we ever lost an interconnection line, will still be serviced by a third. Those are ongoing studies and figuring out how that would connect into the grid, where we would connect, and how that would play a role with some of the new opportunities are all being studied, and it's currently ongoing. But that is something we are doing in-house. So at this time, I'll leave it up for questions.
The vegetation, can you describe that a little bit more?
Yeah, so the vegetation occurred on, it wasn't in our area. As I mentioned, this was, at this time, it's within AEP's area. During the event that caused some voltage, the lines themselves, you know how they're hanging pretty much straight from pole to pole. There was significant sag, which we believe could have been caused during the storm. Kind of loosen the conductors, and now that you have a sagging lines, it's a little bit closer to vegetation, to trees and stuff. And so with any type of wind gusting and it being not the correct, existing design, anytime it touches, it creates a fault. When that fault happens, the relay, the line's gonna go off, and the protection scheme is meant to come back online. And every time it comes back online, it checks if the fault's there, and if it's not, it'll stay online. And that's what happened several times this weekend. Like as I mentioned, it happened twice on Saturday and 6 times on Sunday.
Okay, I think that the Sunday one is the one that I'm more concerned about. Whenever you have, a natural event, I think people expect something like this to happen. But then on Sunday, when we had a clear day, right, there was a lot of frustration it was affecting thousands of Brownsville residents. So I have a few questions about that. So one is, how can this be prevented? I know you say like this is not part of what, it's not within our area, I guess, but what does it mean that it's not within our area? Do we have no way of, preventing something like this from happening in the future? What are the agreements that are in place right now?
Yeah, I think we're just saying it was hard to control because it wasn't our area. But what we want to do, we don't want to rely on adjacent TSPs. So we mentioned looking at a third interconnection line that would be owned by us, and that would give us that flexibility how we could limit this down the road in the future.
Okay, thank
So
you.
basically, build another transmission line, just to make
Yeah.
that a bit more clear. So we have more transmission lines coming in to the same place.
Thank you. So right now, we don't have any other way of mitigating, or I guess preventing that from happening. Is that right?
At this time, that's what
Because I'm guessing it'll take years to build another line.
Right. Well, we're trying to make it sure that we're not reliant on other TSPs. We want to be responsible. We want to kind of enable that on our own end to have a little bit more control, and this is one way of doing that.
Okay. My other question is, how was this information conveyed to the public?
At that time, I can bring the communication managers, and then that way she can go ahead and say what action plan she had, what she occurred, who she was in communication, as well as all of the various different methods of communications we were having that. Alexa Perez, if you can please come, their division manager.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess maybe we can finish, and if there's more questions, I mean, we can bring you back. But I just want to say that it would be, we're always thinking about what can the board do to support it, whatever issue. And so with that in mind, can at some point in the future, hopefully near future, the team can come back with options and maybe have an either estimated cost of money, time. That way we can have a better idea and say, oh, okay, well, this makes sense, right? With the transmission, the third transmission connection, generation is maybe, too much or whatever, but I think it's important for us to have that level of, that visibility to see what we can do from our side to support that. We don't want to be in the situation. We want to be in control of our destiny. There's a lot of stuff happening in the city, obviously, and I don't even know about, like hospitals and all that. If the whole system goes down, like, are they going to be impacted? That would have very severe consequences, right? So, yeah, so just work on that. I know you guys are on top of it, analyzing, but at some point, give us some options, and we'll see what we can do.
Absolutely, we'll do that. Thank you again.
Just
Appreciate it.
a warning to everybody, once we say transmission, we also say ERCOT, so
Yeah.
there'll be a lot involved with that.
Absolutely.
But I did want to say, as somebody who lost power for, that entire hour, I know you guys were working hard on it, the problem, the entire time, and I know you guys were working closely with ERCOT, taking calls from all over, working with AEP. Thank you very much for all the hard work. It wasn't ideal. I mean, love to never lose power,
Absolutely.
never to have those situations, but, when those situations occur, the fact that y'all worked so hard to remedy that is extremely important and not to be lost sight of. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm a small piece, so I will let the team know. Thank you so
Please do.
much. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is Alexa Perez, and she is our division manager who oversees media relations, communications, in addition to digital platforms.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. So, so as we all know, this weekend was a little bit chaotic. When it comes about communication with customers, what we did over the weekend was, of course, we started on Saturday communicating with them directly in social media. We also put something in our website as well. During the weekend, Mr. Miguel Collins and myself, we were both on call 24/7, monitoring everything. It was not something just for the morning or the afternoon. On the contrary, we were there since the morning, afternoon, evening, every single moment, right? Some of the updates, most of the updates that we added were online. In social media, each of the posts referring to the current problem that was happening, we were updating the post and the caption as we were getting the updates as well from dispatch. That's one. When it comes to the second one, we started replying to all of the comments on social media as well from the customers. You can see there, if you go there, you will see that if they posted an hour ago, you will see a response usually between 10 and 15 minutes after at most. Most of the time we were there responding immediately. We do understand that the customers, they were concerned, especially because they were not receiving a direct response, probably on their phones or or via text. However, this is something that we're already addressing since probably a couple of months ago, more than a year. Since the AMI project began, we always knew that we wanted to have a BPUB app, something that the customers could have on their phones, and especially on our side, at least in communications, it's a little bit better and easier, because in that way we can send an alert to the customers and then they can receive the updates directly on their phone, instead of having to go to our social media or to our website or even the news to receive an update. Please note that this is something that we're already working on that. We've been in communication. We've been receiving a lot of support from our leadership as well. And this is, I would say this is the main thing for improvement that we really want to do. We want to make sure that our customers receive the notifications in time. Now, when it comes about, I know you already mentioned the social media, the posts, the constant updates, and the comments as well. When it comes about media, in general, we did have 2 interviews on Saturday, another one on Sunday, and one more today. Also, we sent a press release yesterday, and I contacted media from multiple outlets, Channel 4, Channel 5, Telemundo, El Heraldo, Bronzeville News, Bronzeville, something like that. I don't remember. My apologies. I don't remember the complete name of the blog. But they did help me to push a lot of this information, because I did notice that a lot of the people, they were still kind of not making that connection, that the problem that was occurring yesterday with those brief interruptions, they still didn't have a lot of clarification on that. So that's what I noticed, that not only with it was not only about social media and the website, but that we also needed the help from media. So thanks to that, that's when we started seeing that everyone started getting more clarification on what was going on. Now, another thing that we want to bring is that our division, I don't believe that's the name, it's our senior manager for digital information platforms, Mr. Miguel Collins. He created an amazing outage map where you can go on the website, type your address, and then see what's going on and get real-time updates. Now, why you haven't seen in this website, that's because we're putting that one in the new website, which we're already doing a migration for it. Hopefully, we will have it by fall of this year. So in the meantime, while we receive updates on the application that we would love for all of our customers to have, we want to make sure that at least we can provide this update in our website. My apologies, this map in our website so that customers can log in and see all of the current outages, crossing fingers that there are not many outages, right? But as well, with all of the current updates. In that way, they will have media, any help that we receive from media, the comments, the posts on social media as well, and of course, the website as well. Look into the future and for the best case scenario, which will be to have our future app. Any
I
questions?
will say that I was looking at all the posts and everything was being answered. I think it was a great thing you guys did over social media and notifying the customers, so thank you about that.
Thank you.
So, just a quick question. I did notice very quick responses to a lot of the questions, so that was good. How do you get your info, and how do you decide how often to update that info?
Well, at the moment, we have all of our team in the case of communications and marketing, we have a list of who's going to be on call during that week, right, from the staff. In my case, I'm always on call because I am the direct contact with media. So we always receive the call from Energy Control, and we have an internal system called Everbridge as well, where as soon as there's a service interruption, we receive a notification, and from there we go, right? We receive either a message, an email, and a call with all of the information detail of what we can expect, what's going on, or if they're still figuring out what happened. And from there, we start communicating with the customers.
Okay, just because I know I started receiving questions on the momentary outages. They lasted a minute each. And the first one, okay, well, probably figuring this out. The third one, people were really starting to say, okay, is this still related to the storm? Is this, expected to go on? Just lots of questions. And I, based off social media posts, couldn't, see what was going on. And so I just started guessing, this is probably still related to the storm, probably related to the AEP issue. But, was kind of flying by the seat of my pants. So just, and I know I'm not the only person who's in that situation. So,
Yes, and as soon as sometimes, let me be honest with you, we don't expect always to receive an update from dispatch or Energy Control. Most of the times our team, we're always calling because we understand that we do need to provide an update to the customers. Either it's updating the post, updating something like as the comments, or even sending a press release, which is what happened yesterday.
So I think yesterday was, an exceptional event on many regards, not only because of the clients that were affected in their homes, but because so many were affected when they were at Target, at H-E-B, at the mall. And I'm not even bringing up the economic losses that happen as a result of that. Every time, the power goes out, the registers have to wait 10 to 15 minutes to come back online and work again, et cetera. So it was a major disruption across the city. Could an email to all Brownsville clients might have been worthwhile in a case like this?
That's certainly something that we can explore for future. We hope this situation doesn't happen again, but if in the future, we can certainly try to do something like that.
Okay, thank you. I think that would go a long way, as opposed to having people have to go find the information online, right? It would go a long way too. The board members were also completely unaware. We had to, call ourselves to find out what was happening, as opposed to that information being, just available to us. And it's something that is relevant because, for example, if there's a water outage that is, that affects over 1,000 people, we get an email for that. But this affected a lot more than 1,000 people, just losing energy. So it would have been good to, maybe that's something that we could have as a policy, and you can determine, the threshold that would be useful to, to send an email to the board, but also an email to like just all the clients, right? And there could be categories of the level of events. But yeah, I think yesterday was quite exceptional, and we should be prepared right now to be able to address that in the future. And thank you for being here. You probably didn't get much sleep. So we really appreciate that you're here and your willingness to prepare for next time as well. Thank you.
Will do.
Now, I'm just going to jump in on one thing. Right now, we've talked a lot about digital media. I mean, it makes sense. I remember Winter Storm Uri when, the cell sites started dropping out after their battery backup stopped working. I don't think any of this went out over the radio. So did we do any discussions with any of the radio stations, local radio stations?
We actually do have a partnership with 2 of the radio stations. They should have been able to, they probably around, because it's hard for me to moderate all of them, right? But what I can do is request to the Excel of the airtimes for all of them, and then provide those to you so you can see at what time it was mentioned, all of that.
Yeah, I think it's worth, making sure that we still have that relationship, and maybe as many of those radio stations as possible, because.
Of course. Yes, and I can
gotta
provide
listen to the right
the airtime log for that. In that way, we can see at what time the announcement was aired
Great.
for both days.
Just as a final remark, I would advocate for a text to go out instead of an email. I
Okay.
think, especially in cases like that, not everyone is in the habit of checking email, but I think text you get right away. It's on your phone. It's an automatic alert. I know other service providers do that. Spectrum, you see that all the time, but
Yes.
I think that'll be something useful. I know maybe the customers have to opt in to get text, but I'm not sure. But I think that's a area for improvement.
Yes, for sure. Actually, we're already exploring that option, and we know this is probably going to be integrated with the app, but if not, we will certainly, we already have like a couple of options of the vendors that we will use in case that is not available in the app, so we can send the text to the customers. So they can receive the text message that says, there's an outage in your area, estimated restoration time is going to be ABC right now. Mhm.
So that is possible right now?
It is possible if I will need to review with leadership the multiple options that we have for vendors, but yes, there are already some vendors that they can do that. However, we do need to explore if this option is available to add it into the current app that we are looking to develop, well, that they're actually already developing, or if this is something that we will need to use a separate party on that.
What do you mean an app? Like, would it be like just a text that everybody can get, or do they have to download an app in order to do that?
No, they don't have to download an app. No, so basically anyone could be able to get a text. The only thing that we need to do is either going on Route A, which it will be send this text to only affected customers, which is what you will see from multiple big companies, like Spectrum, for example, right? They will notify you, or a bank, or your bank, they will give you a text, like an alert, right? If something is going on with your account. So that's one. The other option will be to just send a text to all of the BPUB customers, whether the outage or the service interruption is happening or not in their area. My suggestion will be to go with Plan A, of course, but yeah, that's something that we can do. There are multiple platforms to manage those type of texts.
Great, that's wonderful, thank you.
Mhm.
And really, really small note, it just hit me. One of your messages on social media yesterday, they were talking about underbuilt lines. And I mean, I figured it out, kind of knew what was happening, AEP underbuilt us. Let's avoid technical jargon and think about how we can simplify it and just say, hey, they have a line that's under ours that messed everything up. That's easy to say instead of underbuilt. Just, I know there was a lot going on. Not going to judge too hard based on that. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Of course, will do.
Yeah.
Any other question?
So one of the things at this time, we'll come back with a more detailed on some of that. We have issued some root cause, various different reviews and various different areas of the organization we're looking into. But I also want to commend the communications team because they really did a phenomenal job. This was coming out of nowhere and our plans were deployed. They did go through there, it did work. I realize that there's some room for improvement on certain things. unfortunately, these are the things that we talked about, that until we got the full AMI system deployed, we're in the dark and there. I do know that the part that has been deployed, it seems like some of the data we received did work, and they were able to utilize it on there, and I can come back at another time to provide how AMI performed in the areas that was there. We're not fully deployed. We're only, about, 60% deployed on the electrical side, but once we have that and our full outage management system in there, then we do that. What we have is a workaround, and this is the time that I think I've been very open with the board. We have a systems building that we need to be heard from our system builder, that we're trying to improve the communications around the loop in the city, meaning additional redundancies, additional lines, additional feeds, and then on the communication plans, various different applications we're in the process of getting deployed and installed. But I do appreciate the support. I know all of you reached out, and well, some of you may not have reached out, but those of you, we provided the information as quickly as I was receiving it, or various different things. One of the things that was not mentioned is that 345 kV line was out on maintenance during this event. So that's another contingency that we were out. And so we had the perfect storm that occurred with the various different things, system conditions that occurred. And it is not up to us, it's up to ERCOT to tell us when we come on, when we come off, who's on, who's off, and even if we know our system is secure, they were the one dictating to us when we could bring it back online. And I think that was the frustration that we had ourselves also, is to ensure that we were unable to bring people on board until they gave us the all clear.
By the way, we only got like a third of an inch from all of that. Come on.
So,
Yeah, I'll just maybe close with some general comments. I think, obviously the communication is key, right? So again, anything that we can do to support that. You guys are the professionals. You guys can come up with different ways. Although it might sound bad, I think it's never going to be enough, right? Especially in the emergency moments. So just keep pushing, whether it's email, text. I don't know if, for incident command, if communication needs to be involved, if you guys need a desk inside the energy control. Really think about that, just to make sure, right? So on the normal stuff, no issue. Is really when things go haywire, like it did this weekend, that people want to understand what's going on, right? So just keep that in mind.
Of course. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
that concludes the General Manager's Industry Update Report.
Okay, so we will move to, is it B? I guess you covered industry and updates. So item 2, consideration and action for items pulled out of consent. We had none, so we'll move to item 3, staff reports. We'll start with 3A, presentation and discussion of the Brownsville PUB Board Financial Performance Report for the period ending March 31st. David Medrano.
Chairman Martinez and members of the board, good afternoon. I'm David Medrano. I serve as Director of Finance for BPUB, and I will be presenting a high-level overview of the financial performance for fiscal 26 through the period ending March 31st. So here on slide, on page 13, we've got a executive summary dashboard of 7 financial categories. The first of which is the flow of funds. Adjusted gross revenues came in lower than due to a lower adjusted gross revenues came in lower due to a lower FPEC. Year to date, 3.64 thousand has been generated to replenish the improvement fund. Additionally, the debt service coverage ratio is at 1.93, which is well above the 1.25 minimum. And this is outlined a little bit more on slide 4 of your presentation, which I'll be going over shortly. The second category is the fuel and purchased energy cost or charge, and that has generated an over recovery of 20.46 million as of March 31st. And this will be used to offset future market uncertainty. As of March, the EPEC rate was 3.476 cents per kilowatt hour. The Risk Oversight Committee met on April 30th and voted to keep that rate the same. So there would be no adjustment to that rate going for at least the month of April. The next is the City of Brownsville cash transfer, which is higher than budgeted, obviously due to a lower FPEC rate. And this is noted a little bit more in detail on slide 22 and 23 on line 22. The next is personnel and non-personnel expenses, which came in lower than budgeted due to current vacancies and some timing-related issues. The next is the average bill, which is lower than the average MOU bill and the average IOU bill. BPUB's March average bill was $95.38, which is 21% below the average MOU rate and 35% below the average IOU rate. Next is the capital improvement plan. Year-to-date, actuals and committed totaled $28.7 million and $28.3 million respectively, which represents a 63.6% of the fiscal 26 approved plan. Overall, the good news is that all key financial metrics are currently in compliance. These are noted a little further in your slide presentation, and they include cash on hand, debt service coverage, and debt to capitalization, among others. Next is the statement of revenues, expenses, and changes in net position. And this presentation has been prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. On line item number 1, operating revenues through March of 2026 for the fiscal year were $106,577,097. From that, we remove operating expenses of $93,280,107 to come up with an operating income through March 31st of 2026 of $13,276,990. From that, we remove non-operating expenses of $8.788 million, resulting in income before capital contributions of $4.488 million. To that, we add capital contributions, which we've received of $10.49 million through March 31st, resulting in line item 7, a change in net position of $14.979 million through March 31st. We add that to the beginning net position at the beginning of the fiscal year, resulting in a net position at the end of this fiscal period of $525,805,791. Next, we have the flow of funds, or the summary of revenues and expenses. And this slide has been prepared in accordance with the bond ordinance. I'll be going over the middle column, which is the year-to-date actuals. First is the operating revenues of $99,955,000. To that, we add other revenues of $13.003 million to come up with gross revenues of $112,959,000. From that, we deduct fuel and SRWA expenses of $31,268,000, resulting in adjusted gross revenue of $81,690,229. And this line item is important because that serves as the basis of the 10% transfer to the city. From the adjusted gross revenues, we reduce it further by O&M, non-operating revenues, and debt service items of $67,718,624, leaving a balance available after requirements of $13,971,000. From that, we deduct the transfer to the city of Brownsville of $8,169,000, resulting in a balance for internal transfers of $5.8 million. From that, we deduct the internal transfers that occurred of $2.738 million, resulting in an amount that served to increase the improvement fund by $3,064,000. Resulting in total transfers of $5.8 million, which reconciles back up to line item number 9. Finally, the good news is also that we have a debt service coverage ratio of 1.93 times. And that concludes my financial presentation. If you all have any questions.
Any questions, comments? No? Thank you,
Okay,
David.
great, thank you.
We'll move on to item B, presentation and discussion on water wastewater charge comparison.
At this time, I call back David Medrano,
Yes.
and this was also at the Finance Committee that was presented.
So deja vu. Good afternoon, again, Chairman Martinez and members of the board. My name is David Medrano. I serve as Director of Finance here at BPUB, and I'll be presenting this annual water and wastewater residential inside city charge comparison. By way of background, we have traditionally provided residential electric bill comparison as part of our monthly financial reports, but have not provided the water and wastewater bill comparisons. Last year, at the request of a board member, we compiled an annual report out on water and wastewater charge comparison, and today's presentation is this year's annual report out. Here on page 75, when comparing bills across communities, there are many factors which were listed here that impact our water and wastewater rates, including infrastructure investment, source and quality of water, geographic factors, general fund transfers, among others. Another factor impacting rates has to do with a municipality's rate design or its rate structure. For example, some municipalities have escalating rate structures, some have flat structures, some may have components for low-income subsidies, all of which affect a municipality's rates. Therefore, bill comparisons alone do not always tell a full picture. The factors listed here are those which play a vital role in setting rates correctly. So a case in point, on this slide we show water and wastewater utility statistics with other communities in the Rio Grande Valley. On the left is the water utility. Here we compare the number of customers and miles of water transmission and distribution lines. BPUB is the largest as we service approximately 56.2 thousand customers with 2,909 miles of water lines. The next closest is McAllen with approximately 53,000 customers, but with just 820 miles of water lines. This is a reflection of Brownsville's geographical area, which is more expansive than that of McAllen and other communities within the RGV. Oops. How do I go back? Oh, use that. So the same pattern exists when comparing wastewater utility statistics, which is on the right. Brownsville serves approximately 57,000 customers with 919 miles of wastewater lines and 169 lift stations, whereas McAllen serves 46,000 customers and has 725 miles of wastewater lines and 58 lift stations. Factors that impact our utility bill rate relate to infrastructure investment, operational costs, and geographic factors. And on this slide, we have a comparison for water charges. BPUB's water bill of $36.46 is 34% below the state average of $55.09, but it's higher than other neighboring cities, and it's important to note two major distinctions between BPUB and other entities apart from the factors that were noted on the previous slide. Firstly, BPUB has a majority ownership interest in SRWA reverse osmosis plant, which produces approximately a third of the city's water needs. The reverse osmosis process is more expensive than traditional treatment of river water. However, other municipalities are dependent solely on river water, while the strategic investment BPUB made in SRWA provides redundancy and resiliency, which serves to further ensure long-term water security for the Brownsville community. Secondly, BPUB is the only municipality supporting a Resaca program within our water utility. As of this presentation, the bill includes a $6.25 Resaca fee to support the Resaca program for ongoing dredging operations of BPUB's critical waterways and reservoirs. The water utility is very capital intensive and has a 5-year capital improvement program of $88.7 million and generates $42.5 million in gross annual revenue. Any questions so far?
On the state average, that was 2025?
Yes. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, yes, that's correct.
Sorry, do you have an RGV average in there?
No.
And which city would be the closest to us in terms of lines and like miles of lines and
So-
customer?
So the closest one that we were comparing ourselves to in the RGV was McAllen.
Okay.
Yeah, so, but we didn't do a compilation or consolidation of all of them. And that's something that going forward, we might want to consider, if that would be beneficial.
Yeah, I think this is meant to give us a general, not like a deep dive analysis. I mean, whatever the rates are in the other locations, they have, as stated, geography, the size and so on. It's a good to compare, but in the end, we have to focus on what we have and optimizing that. So I wouldn't see too much value in just comparing the RGB, personally.
So here on this slide, we show the cost to treat water at the 2 water treatment plants for fiscal year '25, and that was $1.31 per 1,000 gallons, while the treatment of brackish groundwater was $2.86 per 1,000 gallons. Treating the brackish groundwater is approximately 2.2 times more costly. However, here again, this strategic investment provides redundancy and resiliency. SRWA treated 2.6 billion gallons of water in fiscal year '25. And again, this represents slightly over a third of the city's water needs.
We're also trying to bring those costs down, just so everybody knows.
On this slide is a comparison for the wastewater charges. BPUB's average bill of $36.46 is 33% below the state average of $55.09, but higher than the neighboring cities. The wastewater system includes 2 wastewater treatment plants with a combined primary and advanced secondary capacity of 27.3 million gallons a day.
On this one, on wastewater, we don't meter that or anything, right? That's just a standard fee for everyone?
It is a percentage of usage, and that is how it's billed.
And for, I guess it's maybe not a significant number, but people that don't use the water, they use, I don't know, Jardín water, but have PUB wastewater.
We have a rate structure equivalent for that. We can come back and give you itemization of all the other various different tiers that we have in there, and we might be able to touch upon it at a later date, the exact rate structures for the various different tiers.
Sure, but the average includes them as well for wastewater?
I would have to go back and find
Yeah.
out. Maybe
Just
we have
curious.
somebody from finance who can tell us what it is.
Jorge Santillan, Finance Manager. This is only inside city, inside city
Okay.
usage for both of the water and wastewater.
So people that have both PUB and water?
One,
wastewater, sorry.
either water inside or wastewater inside. You can have only wastewater only, if that's the case, then they're here in this slide.
Okay, good. So you're confirming, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So on this slide, we have, let's see. This slide is BPB's average bill of $36.46, and it's 33% below the state average of $55.09. And again, the wastewater includes 2 wastewater treatment plants with a combined capacity of 27.3.
Sorry, you said twice state average of 55? Is that what you mean?
State average of 5509.
Where is that?
40.55.
Oh. My notes are wrong. Sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Now, just interesting for everybody to note is this will change as we do the reuse program. And so it'll be interesting to see how all these numbers shift for future us, but yeah.
Shift down? Or shift up? Or just shift?
Shift, we'll see what you're actually.
Okay, TBD. Stay tuned.
I'm sure the accounting will be interesting on that one, because, yeah.
Okay. So on this slide, we present the monthly Inside City Brownsville bill comparison for the combined water and wastewater charges based on 5,000 gallons of monthly consumption. BPB's average water and wastewater bill of $71.28 is 25.4% below the state average, but higher than other neighboring cities. This graphic reflects
Improvements for wastewater. We were told that our system was very similar or as complex as Houston's, and having to do with lift stations needed and as well as major sprawl in Brownsville, and that's what makes us different than other RGB cities. So I'm actually surprised that the rates are not higher than this. This is wastewater, right?
Yeah.
it's water and wastewater.
Oh, together, water and
Yeah.
wastewater.
Mhm.
Okay. And did you show one graph for wastewater?
There it is right here.
I see, this is it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
So currently, the plants treat 16.2 million gallons a day, representing 59% of total capacity. Once the plants hit 75% of capacity, BPUB will be required to start designing for expansion. At 80%, BPUB will need to be ready to bid the project out. BPUB has 169 lift stations and wet wells throughout the city that push the wastewater to the plants. These lift stations require significant maintenance. On average, BPUB will spend between $5 million and $6 million annually to rehab the lift stations. We also own 14 bioair systems that treat orders from the larger lift stations. The wastewater utility is also very capital intensive, with a 5-year capital improvement plan of $69.3 million, and the system generates $35.8 million in gross annual revenues. On this slide, we show potential new water source opportunities, which we've listed here. The first is the indirect potable reuse project, along with the SRAW optimization project, and then the SRWA expansion opportunities. It's also worth noting that we've recently engaged NewGen Strategies and Solutions, with whom we'll commence updating our cost of service in a study to be used in supporting and preparing our new 5-year rate schedule, which we hope to bring to this board before the close of this fiscal year. So in conclusion, other neighboring utilities may have different rate structures, financial policies, and cost recovery comparisons, but setting rates should focus on maintaining safe and reliable service with long-term sustainability, rather than simply aligning with that which other utilities charge in our neighboring vicinity. So that concludes my presentation. If there are any additional questions you might have.
Questions, comments?
No?
Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you. There's a lot of information here. Water, as everyone knows, is just a big topic, nowadays. So we appreciate this information, and hopefully the community can also understand the system a little bit more.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 3C, Brownsville PUB Quarterly Investment Report for quarter ending March 31st pursuant to Chapter 2256 of the Public Funds Investment Act. Lupe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board members, Honorable Mayor. My name is Lupe Granado, Treasurer and Accounting Manager. I'll be going over this presentation, this slides. They're multi-slides. I'll focus on the first 5 slides. The other slides are more additional information, support of the first 5 slides. This report is prepared for Brownsville PUB in accordance with Chapter 256 of the Public Investment Act. Section 2256.023 of the PFI states that not less than a quarterly, the investment officer shall prepare and submit to the governing body of the entity a written report of the investment transaction for all funds covered by this chapter in the preceding reporting period. This report covers quarter ending March 31st, 2026. This is signed by the investment officers and includes the disclosure required by PFIA. The investment portfolio complies with the PFIA and Brownsville PUB's investment policy and strategy throughout the quarter. All investments transactions made in the PUB portfolio during the quarter were made on behalf of PUB and were in full compliance with PFIA and the PUB approved investment policy. I'll go over this schedule that's right in the middle. You have 4 asset classes under column A. The first one is bank deposits. We have market value of $20,154,000, percent of portfolio 9.97%, yield to maturity 2.98%. Second class under column A is certificate of deposits. Market value $12,493,000, percent of portfolio 5.97%, yield to maturity 4.03. Third asset class here, investments in pools, market values $137,919,000, percent of portfolio 65.95%, yield to maturity 3.72%. Last class on there, U.S. Treasury notes, market value $37,840,000. Percent of portfolio 18.11%, yield to maturity 3.67%. Total market value of the investments $209,107,346.88. Yield to maturity average 3.65%. Details of this will come in slide number 2 slides from now. I'll go over it right now. Right here, you got the net year comparison historic performance graphs. On here, you have from March 2024 through March 2026. I'll go over column March 2026. PUB performance yields through March 26 is 3.65%. The next yield is S&P pool index. This is more to gauge how your pools are doing, make sure that they're meeting this threshold, and they are. Again, that's 3.65%. The 91 T-bill, this is a basis that we measure against to make sure that our investments are performing to par, to what we gauge them to be. This 3.61%, we're slightly outperforming the 91 T-bill. This next 2 slides is the details to that first schedule that I went over. Again, the deposits with bank, we have both insured and collateralized. Total market value is $20,854,000. Yield to maturity combined 2.98%. Next is certificate deposits. We have a total of 53 certificate deposits ranging yields between 4.4% and 3.73%. Total CDs of $12,493,000 with an average yield of 4.03%. Investment in pools, we have multi-pools on there to include term investments. Total market value under column H is $137,919,000. Average yield 3.72%. And last, we have treasury notes. 4 treasury notes, a total of $37,940,000. Yield to maturity on here, there's a correction that needs to be made. The formula that's listed under column I, 3.99, that actually should be 3.67. And the total average is, the dollar value under column H is correct, $209,107,346.88. The average yield, there's miscalculation on there, it should be 3.65%. The rest of the presentation is supplementary information. That concludes my presentation unless you have any questions.
Questions,
Can we
comments?
invest in ETFs, or, I know we can do some mutual funds, no stocks, but what about ETFs?
Not familiar with those to be accurate. I need to find out. ETFs,
Exchange traded funds?
I don't think those are under the PFI, but I need to double check on those.
Just thought I'd ask the question.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, as far as the percentages, like the distribution, is that pretty standard? Are there any opportunities that you see based on the performance?
Well, we are, in order to diversify, you want to move monies into various pools. The challenges are in CDs. CDs, sometimes they give you a good rate, but you're going to be buying ones or twos at a time. We have 53 that are CDs. Sometimes those are outperforming our pools, but you're going to be buying them one at a time, and managing a whole slew of them is a challenge. Pools are investing good. CDs are good when rates go down. We don't know how the rates are going to be doing right now. There's talk decrease, not increase. So if rates are going to go down, longer term are better. Again, the challenge on that is getting CDs with not the same bank. You have to have separate banks because they're FDI insured up to $250,000. Wells Fargo does have a IntraFi network that helps us out with that, but their rates are a little bit less than what you would get on a peer-to-peer bank. So we are doing a significant amount of investments, but it is challenging somehow to place them all over.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? No? Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Moving on to item D, presentation and discussion on grant activity update. Miriam Suarez.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Miriam Suarez, and I am the Senior Grants Coordinator, and I'm here today to provide an overview of our grants portfolio. I'll begin with a high-level summary. Our portfolio includes 20 grant applications, awards, and active projects across the pipeline. We are managing $83.6 million in grant funding across 13 projects, with total project costs of $132.7 million. This reflects an estimated local match of 37% or $49.1 million, and a federal and state share of 63% or $83.6 million. This next slide provides a breakdown of our grant categories. Submitted grant applications include those that have been formally submitted and are under review by the funding agencies. We have 7 applications in this category, totaling $19.1 million. Awarded and pending includes projects for which we have received a notice of award, and we're working through agreement negotiations with the funding agencies, and we have 6 projects in this category, totaling $52.8 million. Lastly, active projects represents ongoing grant-funded projects at various stages of implementation, and we have 7 active projects totaling $30.8 million. This final slide highlights current grant opportunities. We are currently continuously working with departments to identify priority CIP projects to ensure that we align these projects with the available funding programs. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions, comments?
Do you have a target for the number of grants that are submitted? Is there a quota that you meet, a goal?
There isn't a quota, but we try to match as many projects that are listed in our CIP with the current funding opportunities. And of course, we specify to each department that they have to have the local match available in their budget. So That way we ensure that we can cover the local match that's required. As you know, every funding program requires anywhere between 10 to 75% local match, depending on the agency and again, the program. And so that's really one of the main points that we try to make sure that each department has that available. But we do not have a quota that we need to meet.
So do you have information on, like, for example, number of grants or total dollar amount of grants that have been applied for, like in maybe 3 years ago, then
Yes.
2 years ago, then 1 year? And
Yes.
what is expected for this year?
Yes, and at the end of the year, we do provide a summary of all of the grant funding opportunities that we reviewed, what we submitted for, and yes, we can provide that data for the last 3 years, and we'll prepare that for you.
Thank you. That would be very useful. So how many grants do you expect to submit this year?
Well, we anticipate to submit quite a few. Just this list alone, we're definitely working with the departments to submit for the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. Small scale efficiency, we might do something with the SCADA team.
So it doesn't sound like these are like really developed.
Well, yes, because
Yeah.
we have to ensure that not only do they have the local match, but that the project itself matches all of the program requirements. And so at a glance, when we review the funding opportunity, we say, okay, this would be something great for this department, but then we have to individually meet with everybody to make sure that we submit a highly competitive application. And so out of this, we anticipate to apply maybe for half of these. And so that's typically the ratio for really all the funding opportunities that are released. So we don't always apply for 100% of what's available, but we try to apply for as much as possible.
Thank you so much. So maybe that
Sure.
information of like 3 years ago, 2 years ago,
Sure.
1 year, maybe you could come back with just that one slide
Sure.
next month. Thank you.
Yes, we'll include it. Any other questions?
Nope. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you.
Next item is E, 3E, presentation and discussion on year-to-date capital investment plan delivery performance as of March 31st, 2026. David Ramirez.
Good evening, Chair, members of the board. My name is David Ramirez. I'm Acting Director of Water Wastewater Operations, and I'm also overseeing asset management and CAP delivery. I'll be going over the fiscal year 2026 CAP company-wide planned cash flow versus the actual cash flow year-to-date through the end of March. We'll review the plan versus actual expenditure variance from a project dollar perspective, as well as and then we'll review the plan versus actual expenditure variance from a company division perspective to see how each category impacts the overall company CIP. This graph represents the combined CIP performance for all projects in the company through the end of March. As we can see, the overall company-wide CIP is underspending by about $13 million from the original plan. This gap or variance is expected to be reduced somewhat in the next months to about $10 million. However, the final end number is not expected to match the original budget due to a variety of causes that we'll discuss in the next slides. We currently expect the final CAP expenditure number to be in the vicinity of $68 million at the end of September. If we analyze the budget variance impact on the company CAP by project size, we see that there are two main categories of projects that have the largest impact. And one of those categories is those projects ranging in size between 100,000K to 100K to 500K. These represent 42% of the total number of projects listed in the CAP. And they have a variance impact of $5.8 million. The other category with a high variance of $6 million is projects larger than $1 million. Which are those, so that's the largest category, which represents about 10% of the listed projects in the CAP. This is another graphical representation of project size versus variance. Each bubble here represents a CAP project The size and location of the bubble corresponds to the size of the project in dollars. To the left, we have the smaller projects. To the right, we have the larger projects. If the project's on track, it would show here located right along the horizontal baseline indicated there by the green box. If the project is ahead of schedule or spending, it will show above this line on the blue zone. And if the project's behind schedule, it will be below the baseline. So from this representation, we see how projects between $100,000 and $500,000 shown here inside the small red bracket individually do not have a large impact on the overall company variance, but there are a lot of those projects in this category. So the impact adds up significantly. Additionally, we can see the large dollar projects shown inside the larger bracket there. They tend to be better managed, closer to the planned schedule, but the few that fall behind have a larger impact on the CAP, obviously due to their size. Let's look at the project performance by each division or branch. Based on the best information available today, these are the projected percentages of budget expenditures by the end of this fiscal year. Obviously, the larger the division's CAP budget, the larger its performance impact on the company-wide budget. For example, we think that by the end of this fiscal year, the Water Wastewater Engineering Division will have spent 73% of its CAP budget. The Water Wastewater Engineering Division has this means that they're currently projected to deliver $24 million in projects and underspend about $9 million by the end of the fiscal year. In order to help company divisions and project managers reduce the variance on their projects in an efficient manner, we look to focus on the issues that have the largest impact. This chart helps us visualize the vital few problems or the few delay causes that have the largest impact on the company's CAP variance. Checking in with the directors and project managers about the causes for delays on their CAP projects, we got the following responses. Equipment supplier delays, contract review or execution delays, contract performance issues, design delays, project cancellations, projects put on hold, invoice processing, and change of scope. From this chart, it's evident that the first two causes, supplier delays and contract execution delays, stand out as the most impactful when it comes to the overall company budget variance. We plan to continue to work with division directors and project managers to identify areas of improvement, including project planning skills to get a better handle on the CAP variance ahead.
Are there any ideas on what could be done to improve those first two?
Additional training, communication with staff members. In this, we're about to begin working on the budget for the next fiscal year. And we have made some additional requirements for project managers to include additional details on their cash flow for their projects that we think will help everyone better understand the timing of how cash is going to flow through the year.
Yeah, I think in general, and we've discussed this before, anything that we can do to support, the performance against the plan from the board side, let us know. I know you guys were looking into some software, probably got that already, and then process and implementing. Yeah, there's a lot of activities happening, and just the more effective that we are within our budget and resources, the better, right? So if there's anything we can do, keep us posted.
Thank you for the support. And yes, the new software, eBuilder, or which it changed name to Unity Construct now, Unity Construct. It is in its testing phase. So we have 3 main large projects that we are onboarding to begin the testing phase, which will last several months. Once we have the confidence, we'll start shifting the rest of the CAP.
Actually, I do have one quick question. Can you go back? I think is the one over time, the diagonal lines. So on this one, this is just 2026 CIP.
Correct.
Right. It doesn't include if we have pending projects from previous years.
Previous projects carry over, so everything's captured here. This line obviously gets cut off because we're trying to analyze the funds on a fiscal year basis. But obviously, there are some projects that overlap or they're multi-year projects, and they're captured here.
Yeah. So, I don't want to create more work, but if it's of value to you, you may want to separate those so you can see, right? Because one story is we were behind, now we're working on the 2026, you know, we're doing, we are very effective in those projects. The other ones, because of delays, equipment, or whatever, you know, are getting impacted. So I think that might be valuable for you guys to understand, and may help you find solutions, you know, to the problem. So just food for thought. If it makes sense, add it. If not, it's okay.
Definitely makes sense, and as a matter of fact, the new software does account for that, the entire life of the project, and we'll have both perspectives, be able to track them from both perspectives.
Yeah, just because on the financials, we always see the yellow CIP, and maybe for 2026, we're green or red, I mean, doesn't matter, or yellow. But yeah, it's just to give us visibility there, so.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to add, if you go into your packet, although not part of this presentation, it gives you the project delay causes by major projects. We can work, and I can work with David on here to represent some of the projects that represent that gap. For example, if you're looking at Unit 9 major outage at the last meeting, we're no longer going to be doing that project because we've decided it was not economically feasible. That alone right there is a project that was going to be estimated as a plan for fiscal year 26, 4.6 million. So that right there just jumps on there why we're not meeting that target. In addition, if you look at the project right above, when it talks about wastewater, is City Streets Contract 077, and that one is, we were estimated to be at 3.17. So that's, we've expedited a year-to-date 618, and so that is other, you know, unforeseen delays that were at the field. So we can go ahead, and if you allow to see for us to come up maybe with a slide, we can show those projects that we know are not going to move forward during this fiscal year, and to the reason on there. We've made a decision on here. So it does impact our metrics. These metrics are accurate. However, it's not, doesn't show the full picture unless you read the actual slide on the various projects that are there. I made a determination to put on hold one of the projects, and it had to be because we were awarded the Banco Morales award. And with that, it was the request of the area that we, instead of us continuing with the design of Banco Morales and the actual river pump intakes, is we need to analyze the full site, not that we were awarded that amount, and to see if we were to proceed. And that project also, you know, is $1 million project, you know, that was planned to be expended here. So with that, although these are very valid, yes, every decision that we make, if we just go and hit target on every single CIP, there are very valid decisions why those projects are not moving forward, and we can come up and provide a presentation specifically on that. Just like we do with momentaries on the electrical side of the business, we can come back and look on the CIPs on if we know those projects by decisions that we were already brought forth to the board. Is just a quick, what is that, close the gap on hitting the CIP on projects that have not been delayed or canceled. I hope that explained a little bit of the answer on that.
Yeah, thank you for that detail. Yeah, just let us know, and again, whatever we can do to help, we will consider that.
Thank you.
Moving on to item F, drought update. Jaime Flores.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jaime Flores. I'm the Water Resources Administrator, and I'll be providing you with a drought update. U.S. combined ownership at Amistad and Falcon reservoirs as of May 2nd, 2026, stood at 26.2%. The previous three readings, April 11th, 25.5%, April 18th, 26.2%, and April 25th, 26.4%. National Weather Service May to July 2026 outlook for the Lower Rio Grande Valley, Deep South Texas region. A hotter than normal outlook is anticipated through the May through July period. Precipitation outlook remains a toss-up across the region during the May through July timeframe. Falcon International Reservoir remained near historic seasonal lows at the end of April. Confidence remains near certain, almost 100% on total reservoir storage remaining, just above record lows through July. As we go through the May through July time period, severe thunderstorms, wind, hail, tornadoes, heavy rainfall, and localized flooding has to be taken into consideration as the prospects for showers and storms could increase. We kind of experienced that this weekend. That concludes my presentation at this time. Do you have any questions?
Questions, comments?
Thank you very much.
Make it rain.
All right, moving on to item 4, consideration and action and possible action on the resolution approving to reduce or eliminate the resaca fee.
Good
Mark.
evening, Mark Dombrowski, Chief Operating Officer. So at the last board meeting, we were asked to bring back to the board some options for you on resaca fee. So one was the elimination of the resaca fee, it's $6.25. And then in future water rates to absorb operating costs for those operations into water rates. The other option is to reduce the resaca fee from the $6.25 to $2.33. And that would fund our dredging operations and complete the current projects we have. We have about a $9 million budget in that fund right now. So what you have in your package is the last presentation where we presented back in December. And then we have 2 resolutions for you to consider to eliminate or to reduce. Can I answer any questions?
Yeah, one quick question. So I saw it before, and I know it was kind of dynamic, but what is the latest on the estimated projected time that we would be able to use the current available funds?
Well, the funds that are in the resaca fee fund now would remain there until expended. It would depend on which projects that you wanted to fund with those. And I believe we have a list of potential projects that is on your dais here. So depending on which ones of those that you wanted to select, the more projects and the more high dollar projects, the quicker those funds would go out.
Okay. And yeah, so the point here is that there's $9 million. If we were to do all of these projects, it's 13.75.
That is if the board selects to. For example, we have on here, we haven't had a chance to talk about projects, but we did get a request for the zoo. As an example, it's on there. And we were located adjacent to the zoo project. So to clean out and to do the bankment, we are estimating a potential cost of $500,000. We haven't brought that project before you all, but the question at the last meeting was what projects could be utilized for this? And that's an eligible use of funds for the embankment and restoration along the property that PUB owns there. The same thing with the indirect potable reuse in Banco Morales. Although those 2 projects have state funding, that is also an eligible project because there are some local matching funds, whether we finance it through our rate structure and we go ahead and issue debt, or we allow a potential amount in there. We did leave up to the board to decide after we were informed that the Resaca Jagu was not going to proceed with U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. If so, the board decides to continue that, we could use that. So that's where that additional $4 million redesign for us to do in-house, that is something as an option. It's not there as these are all the projects that we're doing. These are just there for the board to consider and as part of eligibility of projects. We are not pushing for one project or an X. This is something as a policy decision that was brought up and asked of us to say what projects are eligible. And so here's what we are providing, the eligibility.
And so I think one of the things you were referring to is, so I think it's about $1.7 million is our operating cost. 1.4 million. So that pays for salary, equipment, materials for our dredging crews. So that's what we need each year to sustain ourselves. then the rest would be available for projects.
Right.
So the more projects you pick, the sooner those funds run out, the sooner we need to roll those costs. If you eliminate it into water rates, or if you reduce it,
So
that would limit
you said 9 million is what's available right now?
approximately 9 million, yes.
Okay. And in the projects that, we already have some funds coming in, like from the state, those are numbers 1, 2, 3, 4? Is that right?
Number one is dredging.
So I
Okay.
don't believe we have any funds for these projects.
No. Let me
No.
answer that question.
We
The
have
answer
funds
is
for
no.
5.
Yeah. And the projects from the states that we receive funds, they're all in different order. They're not, I can group it and provide a different answer. Right? And this listing is projects that are in flight, meaning we dredge our operations, which is part of an eligibility fee. We have the Resaca de la Guerra dredging that's that we're doing behind the lake house, and that's for our own facilities for us. And then we have the Resaca de la Guerra that we have received, no, not that one. These are internal projects in there.
I guess
Where's
the reason I'm asking is because if we have, funds that are being matched, I don't think we want to lose that. So which are those?
Well, match meaning that we already committed to that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Right, so this schedule, like I said, it's from December, but it shows, back then we had an $8.5 million budget. For the BOR Water Smart grant, our share of that project is about $1.654 million. So we need to have those funds available.
Yeah.
And then we have the contract one for Corps of Engineers was not moving forward. And so that $1.1 million won't be expended on the Corps of Engineers. So you put that back into the pot. Then we do have capital equipment. So I think the only thing on here then would be the BOR grant.
The BR.
We are committed to that project, and we need $1.654 million for that.
So and what number is that in this sheet that you gave us?
I don't see it right now. That might have been an oversight on that there. or do you have it listed, Marie?
No.
That was not included.
So these are additional projects besides the ones we've already committed ourselves to. So we've accepted that grant. We're moving forward on the design for that.
I see. So this is extra. So
Yes.
what you already committed is how much money did you say?
We're committed to $1,654,700 on that project.
That's our share for the Resaca de la Guerra.
Okay, so
BOR.
then it would be like 9 million minus 1.6. Am I doing this right?
Sounds like it.
Right.
Okay. And then you're saying we have the option of adding any of these.
Okay, our Resaca maintenance crews are already addressing number one. Priority number one, they've already begun dredging our reservoir, the large reservoir. In priority number two, I put Resaca de la Guerra dredging the Lando Lakes, the Cromac house back here, because we're committed to the indirect potable reuse. And in order for us to bring the water down from the Robindale plant, we need this Resaca from Lando Lakes down to the intake for water plant number two. We need that deepened and dredged and clean. So that has a high priority. As a matter of fact, we're going to start working already on setting up the laydown yard back here for the Resaca crews to start addressing that. And along with that one, number three is it's a weir that's very outlived its life. In the same, right here between Home Depot and the Cromac home, there's a weir that we need to improve because we lose the water downstream to the irrigation district. So that way we can be able to contain those 8 million gallons that are going to be coming down from Robindale in effluent. And then in fourth, we would put, once we complete all these, then they could go back and re-dredge, because it's also important to dredge our second smaller reservoir. Those have not been dredged since, that I know of, I believe since the year 2000. So we need to improve the depth so that we can retain more water in our reservoirs.
Okay.
In our reservoirs for PUB use.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
The existing ones.
So
So
then,
2 through 5 are for the indirect potable reuse.
For the indirect potable reuse is number 2 and number 3,
M5.
and 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's how the O&M operations, if you look at the estimated 1.3, all of these, this is projects that we would be doing as part of our dredging that is included up there at the 1.3. So they're just, what are we doing for dredging operations? The various different projects that are on here.
okay, so it seems
If-
like,
I'm sorry, if I can add, the Resaca de la Guerra, the BOR, the one that we've already accepted, the one that we're about to complete 100% on plans, that one is not going to be done in-house, that's going to be bid out.
Correct.
so it sounds like with the amount that we currently have, it will be enough to, complete everything that we have already agreed to, plus do more to, cover more costs that will be related to our water operations, and that will eventually come out of the water rates anyway, so there doesn't seem to be a reason to keep any part of the Resaca fee. Does this sound right?
Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain point, yes. The only risk is if in the future the rates do not get approved, then we're stuck with the current rates.
And then we would have to downsize.
Or take some action, or something like that. So I think it's just understanding on the burn rate, if you will, right? So there's 4.2 years there. It's a little bit more now, but I would probably say that it'll average about the same. Do we feel comfortable that that's enough time, taking these additional projects in mind and that burn rate, so that we can approach, the commission for, with the information that we don't have yet, which is the cost of service for water?
Can
Go-
I
yeah, go
add
ahead.
that this is going forward with the existing equipment that we have without replacing the dredger. And that's just using a large dredger and a smaller one that we have with a new system of dewatering bags. And that equipment, it's already close to the end of its useful life. And we anticipate that it could last for the duration to complete the improvements for the Cromac Resaca, for the indirect potable reuse, and also to dredge the reservoirs. But I would say past 4 years from now, we would need to invest in new dredging equipment.
So I do want to point out, the conversation here is fundamentally changed. We're not talking about Resaca restoration anymore. We're talking about Resaca maintenance as part of our infrastructure. So it's not optional. We now are heavily relying on these particular sets of Resacas to convey water or store water. And yeah, we say Resaca, but we also have the Banco Morales reservoir here.
Yeah.
So that's part of the storing water. So what I would think would be useful as a board member is to say, hey, look, we have this roughly $9 million. These are projects that are eligible for that $9 million, with the idea that we want to invest in our water infrastructure. Could we ask you guys to come back with an ordered list of priorities so that we can understand what's important for our infrastructure? And then I see at the end we have something for, Resaca restoration still. And then we can make that decision intelligently.
Yes, we could do that. So some of these would be done under our existing O&M, that 1.36 million. Like all the dredging, that's our crews, our equipment, that's already budgeted, so you don't want to double count. What in addition to that is we can accomplish, we can come back with that list.
Okay,
Um,
that would be useful.
And that would then determine how long that 9 million would last until you had to roll it into water rates, if you were to eliminate it.
So,
But this is fundamental, again, I want to reiterate, we're not talking about restoration anymore. We're not talking about maintaining resacas for the public use. We're talking about resacas as basically pipes, pipes for us. And so, the way we think about it now should shift.
I have one question, Mark.
Yes.
What, in your opinion, would be the downside, if any, of going for the elimination of the fee as opposed to reduction?
What is the downside?
Yeah, is there
If
any?
you were to eliminate it but not include it in water rates, we would run through those funds and would have operations that couldn't be sustained due to lack of funding.
But wouldn't the adjustment of water rates to include this?
That's correct. Before 2022, we had a raw water supply. Resaca dredging was a part of that, and that was a part of that budget. When we passed the Resaca fee in 2022, we removed it out of the water rates and put it into its own fee structure called the Resaca fee. So what we're talking is undoing that, moving it back into water rates. And that water rate study, as we mentioned earlier, has already kicked off. We'll be bringing it to the board hopefully for the end of the fiscal year, and you would see that in your water rates would be that Resaca operations in there.
There are going to be other costs that are going to be implicated in this, just not just whatever you're going to invest. So you're going to have equipment, you're going to have labor, you're going to have a lot of things that I think they should be taken into consideration for us to make a decision on that.
Yeah, and for me, it's just, once we have, I guess now the visibility, and we understand what I would call burn rate, then we know how much time we have, right? So for me, that would be the deciding factor is, if that's in a month, then obviously that's not gonna make sense. If it's 4 years, I think we can live 4 years. And, at some point, we would need to increase the water rates appropriately, with, what the needs that we have. So, there is a risk because we don't approve that. The commission does that. But I think we will have an excellent case, just with the information that we're going to be providing. And so that for me would be, the burn rate. Can we last 4 years? Can we last 3 years? I think once we have understanding of what projects, as Joseph was saying, what's the priority? Actually, the priorities are here, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your burn rates can be measured in years.
Yeah.
Some of these projects aren't even ready to get kicked off. And like I said, we have almost, over 4 years
Correct.
under this scenario, so it'd be years, not months. Whether it's 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, I'm not sure, but that's the kind of timeline you're looking at.
Yeah.
So I think are we able to make a motion?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's up to us. I think Joseph is requesting additional information. I don't know if it's maybe to clarify, but.
Right, but I
a
don't
motion can be made.
want to hold up either reducing or eliminating the Resaca fee for that information. Okay, so personally, and I can be arm wrestled on this easily. Personally, I feel like if we completely eliminate the Resaca fee now, we do exactly what we try not to do on the electric side, which is this kind of bill oscillation. That's why we have the FPEC to try to kind of, smooth out the bill. And so we reduce it, bill drops, and then we bring it back as part of our rates, bill shoots up again. So I would suggest that we do reduce it and not eliminate it, me personally.
I wouldn't, I'm sure you're aware, but you're making a recommendation to the city commission. It's the city commission who has the authority
Who
to
decides, yeah.
change rates. Yes.
And quick question, when do we expect the water rate study to come back?
I don't have an exact date yet.
We heard of the earlier presentation that it was by the fiscal year So that was the projection timeline. Grant is on the call and right now, and he would be the one who could tell us, but we're providing all the data in there. So
Right.
that the intent right now is, to complete it. David Medrano is taking the lead right now with the water, wastewater rates on there.
And they're not as complex as electric. And we just, 5 years ago, set rates. And so that cost of service should be fairly up to date. So I think that would be a much quicker process than the electric.
Yeah, I think the last increase was in January.
Yes, January was the 5th year of the 5-year increase. So it's time to do that cost of service again.
How would it sound, I don't know if I can ask this without making a motion, but for city commission, do you think it would work to, right now, have us reduce the fee or recommend that city commission reduces the fee? And then once we're ready for the rate adjustment, we can, let's say eliminate the fee completely while probably increasing the rates a little. Would that sound better?
But the only benefit would be just to make sure that the bills aren't as volatile. But we're still, we have the capability of completely eliminating it and we'll be fine.
Right.
So it's really just, we're keeping bills higher than maybe they should be.
Well, no, if we completely eliminate it, then we reduce our ability to service these pipes, basically. And so,
Past the 4 years.
well, depending on if we do any of these other
Right.
things. So, the indirect potable reuse project's gonna happen, and so that's gonna involve increased fees.
Mhm.
So we're gonna have to increase our rates anyways.
Yeah, just look at the date there too, right? It says FY '28 for 3.
Yeah, so, that would be an interesting question. What projects would need the funding this year, next year?
Well, it sounds like we have enough to cover anything that needs to be done this year, next year.
Yeah, so, and if it
Yeah.
is, then for 3 years, and, do you think the commission would be okay with that oscillation, drop and then increase? Instead of, maybe we just drop the fee even lower, or suggest, I guess, the commission drops the fee even lower.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
so we provide a little bit more stability.
I think the mayor can provide some insight, but the commission in the end, kind of like us, right? They're going to vote whatever they vote. But any insight, obviously, is appreciated.
No, I think, all this information is very important. All the projects that are in the queue, we don't want to put ourselves in a bad position with having to go out and have a bigger increase than we really should. So I'm open to reducing it to, what, the $2, was it $2?
$2.33.
That's a practical thing to do. And it shows that we're moving in the right direction.
Where are you guys at with, eliminating it 100%? It's 4.2 years that it's gonna be basically, that there are things that are gonna happen within those 4 years, right? But you're eliminating completely a Resaca fee that, at the end of the day, it's gonna have a big impact on bills, correct? So, I would actually suggest, without creating a motion, to eliminate it.
I would, again, I'm still just, I would be afraid of, the fact that we have the we have the water, wastewater study going on. That means that would then all have to be immediately rolled into rates. And we might, without knowing exactly what they're taking into account, I just would hate for that escalation to be, above a certain percent if we eliminate the fee now.
So that would happen. It would immediately roll into the rates and not wait,
Well, we would suggest that to the city commission, and then the city commission would obviously have to decide, with the risk that they could always say, no, we don't want to see rates increase, and then we would have to let our pipes break. So, that's.
Okay. Any more discussion? Any motions?
I'll move to reduce the fee to the stated number, which was $2 and something.
33 cents.
33 cents.
Can we reduce it to 2?
I mean, other than it's a nice round number, is there
I
any
like
reason?
nice round numbers.
You can move.
But we have a motion. Oh, nobody seconded?
Nobody said.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is a motion on the table. Any seconds? Okay, motion doesn't pass. Any other motions?
I'll make a motion to reduce it to 2.
We have a motion on the table. Any seconds?
I'll second it to move this forward.
Okay, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have a
Aye.
nay.
Aye.
Nay.
There's only 3.
Yeah, so,
I said aye.
aye?
Aye.
Aye? Aye? Nay. I'll go with aye. So I guess motion passes.
So to be clear, you're reducing the Rosaka fee to $0.
No, to
Two-
$2.
$2.
$2.
Yeah.
$2, okay. We'll do that.
Yeah, and again, this is gonna go to the commission, right, for them to evaluate at some point in the near future.
Correct, and in the packet, there had been, since you wanted some options from staff, there was an option of a draft resolution to both eliminate and a draft resolution to set it at the $2.33. The one thing that was changed here was the amount of the reduced Resaca fee. So the process that Mr. Dombrowski described is we take the resolution, finalize it, conform it to the decision, and it is sent over together with the draft of an ordinance. Just everything is teed up for the city commission to review, and they do so at their schedule and their time frame. They normally have a public hearing before considering when they first hear a rate ordinance, and then a second time it goes to another city commission meeting. So there's going to be a process that they follow at the city following this board's decision.
So I have a question. Will the city commission have the ability to adjust that number?
I believe Mr. Trevino may have an opinion on that.
Okay. All right, I'll ask Mr. Trevino. Thank you.
I just want to make sure it's clear. We will provide also a presentation, update the information. I think I've heard in past meetings that it was important for the commission to see the whole process.
Yes, and I think City Commission should have both both drafts, the one for reduction and the one for elimination. And my understanding is the City Commission can decide whatever you want. So, I think
Okay,
we
yeah.
give them that option, but with our recommendation of reduction.
Yeah, I mean, the information's already here. They can be made aware of it. We can share it with them for sure. And, yeah. So I just want to say that there was a lot of work done on the resacas, for us to get it to this point. In addition to what will be communicated to the city commission, I think there was also information about potential solutions going forward. Mark provided that as far as potential districts, and I don't remember the terminology, and that should be available to the community. Should anybody want to take that and work and push to create it, that will be up to anybody to do that. And basically that would be, I don't know all the details, I don't remember offhand, but it's essentially a district, a taxing district that would take a certain amount of money and still would provide the services for the resacas. If you remember, we also had the county come here, right? They're doing some work as well. So all of this is laid out, and I think it was very important, and I appreciate all the work that was done for that. Any other discussion? No? Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 5, consideration and possible action on the resolution approving the study of New Gen Strategies and Solutions, LLC of Brownsville Public Utilities Board of Electric Rates, Fees, and Charges. Mark?
So, last board meeting, we had brought you, what was a draft of the electric rates for a 5-year plan. And with discussions with the board asked us to make some adjustments to those numbers and bring back the results. So we now have the revised numbers, how it impacts each of the customer classes. We've also included a resolution making a recommendation to the City Commission on electric rates. And we have a red line version of the ordinance. We're making significant changes to the ordinance to update that to current practices, current regulatory environments, how we operate today. And then we also have the actual report from New Gen on the whole structure and history of the rates that explains the reasoning why the board is taking its actions. And I have Grant Raven on virtually here, and he's going to walk through those changes that the board had requested and show you those impacts.
Yeah. Can you remind us as well, I know we discussed an internal process on getting information to potentially the commission in small groups or separately.
Right. So
right,
we are
to-
working on, we've decided to take an approach with the communications group and Ms. Minor that we're going to approach each of the commissioners that represent a district, and we'll have the impacts to their own district and that. And of course, for those that are at large, we'll have the city as a whole, those impacts. So we're putting that together. We have a communication plan that's in draft form that we can bring to the board next month for you to look at and consider. And the idea is that over the next couple of months, we will meet with those commissioners to explain the logic and the reasoning and why this is a good thing to do, and how it impacts those citizens that live in each of their districts.
Okay. For the impacts per district,
Yes.
I mean, it should be the same, no?
Not necessarily, because
Okay.
each district has a different mix of residential and commercial and, businesses and density. So all those things come into pack, how it impacts your district. Some areas have larger homes, use more power. They're impacted differently than ones that have a lot of apartments and condos.
So we're going to get the data specific by district?
We already have that, yes.
Okay, wow. That's good. And the vote for this what would it do? Basically, would it close the recommended ordinance?
Correct. So if you were to approve the resolution this evening, it would move it over to the City Commission for consideration. They'd have, as Mr. Gonzalez pointed out, they'd have their process at City Commission hearings to whether to adopt it or they could send it back for changes. But your action would be done at this point, would go to the City Commission for consideration.
Okay. Personally, I feel that since we haven't really discussed, with the commissioners, there may be, let's say, potential, ideas and things. So was this also maybe based on the wrap-up, I guess, of the project? I guess what I'm saying is, let's say we stop now, right? The information is available. I mean, it's already there, right? The ordinance is already written, the red lines, and all maybe we can do is communicate to make sure that there's no other potential ideas, in the event that they were, then I guess we would go back to New Gen in this case for support for that.
Right, if the city commission were to have questions or want revisions, they can send it back. They can make those revisions and bring it back forward to the commission. It's a process we follow, and that's part of it. It's up to the city commission to decide whether to adopt these rates, fees, and charges. And if not, they could request changes, or they could also, in their deliberations, ask for impacts of various changes, and we'd have New Gen run those numbers and communicate that with the city commission.
Okay, so it's basically a different approach. One would be to do it individually, get feedback, and then finalize it, let's say. Maybe it changes, maybe not, I don't know. And the other one is send it formally, and then if there's any changes that are required, it would be sent back.
Yes,
Okay.
they could send it back.
And then the last thing, at least for me, really quick, I noticed aside from the red lines, there was some highlighted items.
Right, those are usually referencing some other part of the ordinance that might change. We make the red lines, we send it to the commission. Maybe Paul can discuss the process, how it ends up in municipal code.
Sure, let me follow up on the initial question, the process going back and forth. And this is to answer Mayor Cowan's question earlier a little bit more clearly. It's really all ordinances that we send to the city are drafts. They're drafts. It's up to the city commission to decide what it is. But the charter contemplates that when it comes to rates, charges, and fees, that it's supported by that recommendation. And so we have a study done by an independent consultant. We have a staff applies expertise to it, and so we come with a resolution, and the board decides whether or not to accept the recommendation and to send it forward to the city. And the city may have an iterative process going back and forth, but the charter sort of contemplates that it comes from, it grows out of the board's action, right, in moving things forward. Now, the specific question about the how things get codified, that's really up to the city and their process. So how things might get numbered in the end. That's some of the yellow you might find in the packet is really that variable that they take care of as they're finalizing it for presentation to the city commission.
Now, have you already talked to Will about some of these changes?
He's aware that we have the study going, that we have these activities at a general level, but since I don't think he's seen, the board seeing the draft of the report and making recommendations, we don't know what it is to specifically forward until the board comes to a decision. So he and I have not had that conversation.
Yeah, and as far as the yellow, I mean, the one that caught my eye was the deposits, right? So I know that may change, I guess, depending on what structure we end up choosing, but I wasn't sure if the highlight was like, this is a potential change, or we need to incorporate it now, or whatever.
You have someone from, I don't see
That's
anyone
probably
from
a
customer
different,
care here, so.
yeah, that's a different topic,
Yeah.
so. Okay, the other thing to consider is the water rates. The water study is gonna be finalized, I would say, it sounds like by the end of the fiscal year, so that would make it, what, September, October?
It's September 30th, that's the end of our fiscal year, so
Yeah.
sometime before then.
So before that, I think another prudent thing to do would be to provide both the water and electric rate information, because it's not just gonna be, instead of doing it like stepwise, it's just have the full visibility, right? At that point as well, you know, we can incorporate what we just sent, right, the $2 Osaka fee may change at that point as well. So
It will be done at the same time?
It could be. I mean, that's TBD. I think the idea right now was that, at least with the water, I don't know if I can, yeah, I guess I can mention it, right? We're not discussing necessarily, but we didn't want to have the peak and valleys of the cost. So that would be a good opportunity, you know, for us to evaluate the full elimination if we're going to be changing the water and electric rates all holistically, I guess, or.
So I see what you're saying, and I'm going to provide the counter argument. Take it for what you paid for it. If we change the rates all at once, it's kind of combining the utilities. Yeah, like, hey, we're showing all the utilities as one. And kind of the big effort in this electric cost of service study, as well as what we're going to do with the water wastewater, is to say, hey, they're 3 separate utilities. They don't, you know, intermingle. And so we're trying to make them all stand on their own. And I think sending them separately, and you know, Mayor can correct me, would at least send a signal that, hey, these are independent of each other. You know, what we collect for water doesn't affect our electric. What we collect for electric doesn't affect our wastewater or our, you know, and you know, the garbage fee, of course, being completely independent of us. But yeah.
Yeah, I think in the what was the community benefit, right? We have the water component.
Right, so in the course of conducting our cost of service study, we identified that about $3 million was used to pay for the electricity of BPUB operations. 2.5 of that was for the water and wastewater plants and their operations. So that's what the majority of the water charges for. And that really should be in the cost of service for water and wastewater. So we've taken that 2.5, we put it into the community benefits charge with the idea that as you do your water wastewater study, you can put those in the appropriate place to account for, and you could immediately then reduce the community benefits charge. And that would bring the rates down by an equal amount that we're proposing for the capital fund. So Grant's going to go through that. But that's part of the idea of separating these utilities, make sure electric collects only what it absolutely needs to collect from its customers, same with water and wastewater, and they don't have these hidden subsidies within the rates.
Okay, any additional discussion?
So when will this go to city commission?
Well, depending on the
Well, if
motion.
you were to make the recommendation tonight, the resolution, we'd package it up and send it over to the city commission. And really, it's, at that point, it's the city's decision when they take it up.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, we would be meeting with each of the commissioners.
Yeah, and I think as we heard, I mean, there's the 2 approaches. In my case, what I have been kind of pushing for is just a little bit more engagement with the city commission, and obviously we are independent, but at the same time, in the end, they're going to be making the decision, right? So it would be to review the information with them before and just give some visibility so that they have their questions answered, they understand what we're trying to do as far as, you know, separating the utilities. Each one needs to stand on their own, how that's going to be affected, you know, the net effect when we remove the water component in electricity and then add it to electricity, and, you know, the Resaca ongoing services would be included, and so on and so forth. So that's my my view. I think in the end, whenever it passes, I don't think it's going to change. Personally, is just communicating with them before.
So what is your recommendation?
Well, I as the chair, I prefer not to make a motion and allow everyone else to make their own motion. But my general recommendation would be probably just to table this. It's already pretty much completed, which is very significant, by the way. A lot of work here, a lot of data, and that we would continue with meeting in some way or fashion with the commissioners to give them visibility on the information and understanding on the bill changes and the net effect.
So delay it a month, delay the vote a month.
Potentially, yeah. I mean, we can bring it back whenever we feel that, you know, and the Resaca maybe isn't the best example. I mean, that took, I don't know,
Long time.
how, like,
Years.
yeah, 2 years or,
Yes.
yeah. So we don't have that kind of time. But yeah, I would say that something in the near future, you know, I was thinking of the water cost study, but anyways, additional comments or discussions?
Wouldn't it be wiser just to send it to the commission already so they can start seeing what they have in their hands, and then from there, they're gonna give it, they could possibly just put it back on us and take a look at what we need to do for it?
Yeah, it could be. My approach from the chair perspective is that I've been trying to build a bridge with them so that they are not sideswiped. So that's just my, you know, I don't know that we've told them, hey, we're going to be increasing the rates, you're going to get it next month, right? So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, we're not going to be increasing the rates, but I think this is a very good point, and I think it's a really good question.
And I agree.
You know, how would we, how would you envision your fellow commissioners, the folks on the commission who sit there with you every week, how would you envision they'd rather hear about this?
I like the chair's approach and having those discussions prior to us taking action. It shows good faith and transparency and allows them to get the information, process it, ask questions, rather than discussing it at a commission meeting, which, you know, or having that discussion where maybe they don't feel like they have all the information, and it would be harder to come to a point where they can take action. So I think, you know, I'm in favor of the chair's approach here.
So
I would like to,
if we did that, would we be able to meet with the city commission over the next month? All the commissioners organize something, maybe grab whatever, you know, board member needs to be grabbed or not?
Of course, and I think that's the prudent way, is to show what we're working on. They may have alternate ideas. They may not understand certain aspects, and this is the time for us. I mean, you all have the rate task force, in addition to the various other, you know, venues, the 2-on-2 that we have, the other, to bring it back at that point and revive that committee of the 2 commissioners and the 2 board members, discuss it that way. I can meet also with the city management, explain the report at the same time. Their work has been completed as far as, I'm talking UGen, where it's at.
Yeah.
So if we select an alternate approach, then I will be bringing maybe a change order on I need to look at the funds where we're at and if they've been expended and how much more it's going to be for any additional meetings that they would be attending virtually. This is why you all are here, the policy recommendation, and I am happy to work in whatever process you all want us to do.
yes, I really appreciate that. I'd like to make a motion to table.
And you know, please do, just let me make one last statement. As far as meeting with the commission, I mean, I had already externalized this, not just for rates, but really anything that's going to be affecting the community in a big way. So that, I think, should be an approach. You know, we don't have to check everything, but you know, whether in the future it's deposits or whether it's a change in water or you know, the Resaca, I feel that we did you know, a good job. I remember the change in electric policy that we did with the growth pays for growth. You know, I completely support that. You know, I'm glad that we made the decision, but the reality is that had a lot of blowback. You know, just people didn't have visibility. It would have been nice, you know, if we would have reached out to the developers. You know, there was a lot of developers, and yes, we get some feedback. I'm trying to be, as we all do, you know, trying to be open to the public, but you know, the commission gets the brunt of that. So that's where I was like, okay, well, anything that's going to be sensitive, I think it's prudent for us to review before we put it in front of them. Like, hey, now you have to vote on this. So it's pretty much complete. I don't think it's going to change very much. I think we did a solid job. The numbers, the math is there. I think it's just really to provide some visibility, and I know we already defined the rate for the city and for PUB. I know there was some chatter about the churches and all that. It wasn't a significant number, but those things may come up. So, anyways,
I'll second the motion.
I didn't make any motion.
No. Daisy did.
Okay.
Oh, you made a motion?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right.
Before we vote, Mark had something else.
Right, I should say, because we have made changes since we last talked to you, I think it's worth having Grant walk us through those so it's on the public record. And that's what we would be discussing with the commissioners over the next month or so. So I think it's worth spending some time going over those changes, those impacts.
Sure.
So,
Can you, I guess we can ask Grant? Yeah.
Grant's here, yes.
Yeah, if you can summarize, some of the key components.
I'd be happy to. Just as a preliminary matter, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. And just feel free to stop me if you have any questions. This will be a relatively short presentation. But as Mark suggested, since I was with you last month, we did make a couple of adjustments to the analysis. And if somebody can click to the next screen. Perfect. So one thing that we did make a change to was previously we had been assuming $5.5 million per year in cash capital funding towards capital projects. We did increase that to $8 million per year in this most recent revision of the analysis. You'll see in the middle of this slide what Mark was referring to when he mentioned the $3 million of BPUB self-use, of which $2.5 million is related to water and wastewater bills for electricity. So assuming that those utilities incorporate this cost of power into their cost of service and get rates from the commission that provide for the recovery of that cost, then you would be able to take that $2.5 million approximately per year out of the community benefit charge, and that more or less net puts you back into the same position in terms of overall revenue recovered from customers as we were in the presentation I gave in April. So to be clear, increased costs related to capital funding, but potentially decreased, almost equal amount decrease in costs related to water and wastewater paying their electric bill to offset each other to basically be net back to where we were. Okay. We did also eliminate the municipal rates as part of this analysis, and then made updates to the street lighting rates that would be applicable. Next slide.
Yeah, quick question. So just to make sure that I'm understanding, the $3 million there is specifically what we're adding to the original $5 million CIP?
No, I apologize for, they're completely unrelated, but they happen to offset each other almost dollar for dollar. So what the $3 million that we're showing on this slide represents the electric bills for BPUB self-use. So for example, and the largest portion of this for water and wastewater, the two wastewater plants treatment processes that use electricity, that's the majority of that $2.5 million, because the water utility is paying electric bills to non-BPUB providers of electricity through the well sites. So this is basically representing the bill that BPUB doesn't pay currently for electric service internally, and it's not really connected to the increase in cash capital funding other than that once you have wastewater and wastewater paying for their own electricity through their water and wastewater rates, then it augments and offsets pretty closely the increase in cash capital funding towards capital projects.
Thank you. I think my quick question was what, I know it's $3 million from 5 to 8, but what was that? Was there something specific?
We increased capital funding from 5.5 to $8 million. That's $2.5 million. Full stop. It just adds $2.5 million. We also found $2.5 million in municipal rates that should not be in there. They should be in water wastewater rates. So that's why Grant was talking about the offsetting impact. They're unrelated, but they just have to be the same amount of dollars, just by luck. So that's what he was trying to explain, is that when you do water wastewater rates, that $2.5 million really should get moved over and collect, because those are the services it provides, and that would reduce the electric bill back down to what we discussed in April. It's an offset.
Okay. But specifically on the CapEx, was there something specific, or we just said, oh, instead of 5, that was too low, we should plan for 8 or 5.5?
We went back and we analyzed how much cash funding was needed for electric projects, and we determined that we needed additional cash funding. Otherwise, we'd have to borrow more. That increases debt. That increases debt service coverage. So it's like a spiral effect to rates. The more you borrow, the more you have to collect in rates in order to get that debt service coverage. Mm-hmm. So this is a good balance between, equity funding and debt funding.
Sure. But it wasn't specific projects. It was just more, this is the interest, the future
No, we have
inflation
specific
rate.
projects
Okay.
That we identified in the CIP that was approved, and we looked at the funding for that, what gets funded with debt, what gets funded with cash. For example, vehicles, you don't want to borrow, on a revenue bond for 30 years for a vehicle that has a 5-year life. And then we try to make sure that we are not increasing the requirements for debt service coverage, because that has an amplification on rates.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for that explanation. Any other quick questions so far?
Okay.
And maybe you have it further in the slides, but the street lighting I know was a big topic. Are we going to cover the details for that, or?
Sure.
Yeah, I do have a couple of slides on that. So here is the current fee structure for street lighting. Ties back in part to 1989 analysis. So that's what's on the left, is kind of an excerpt that Mark Dombrowski was able to locate, substantiating how this $246,000 per year in street lighting costs was developed. And so on the right-hand side, you'll kind of see for street lighting, the total components of the base portion of the bill. So the portion that's not shown here on this slide is the FPEC revenues, but you'll see the charge for street lighting is composed of, one, the current customer charge under the municipal rates for non-demand customers, municipal non-demand rates, plus this $246,000 per year as developed in 1989, plus the delivery charges that currently exist for municipal rates under the non-demand rate structure. And so all in, that results in base revenues of around $900,000 per year for street lighting. So if you go to the next slide, the current ordinance makes reference to the eventual implementation of these rates for street lighting once the LED conversion is complete. And so the proposal is to move now to those rates as appropriate. And so this is, the count is provided by BPUB for the different light wattages or equivalent wattages in LED lights. And I should be clear, even though not every single light is currently already converted to LED, this count of lights assumes that the ones that are not yet converted are represented in their LED equivalent in this count. So every light is accounted for here, even if they're not LED yet. They're just represented as their equivalency in LED lights. The rates in the middle column are the same rates that are in the ordinance today, so no change there, just implementing them is the change. And that amounts to an annual revenue of $1.4 million. So an increase over the roughly $900,000 per year currently charged to the city. This, if you go to the next slide, this is not a problem, or should not be a problem, for the city in terms of the increase in cost for street lighting. Not only is it more cost justified, but more importantly, their general fund transfer that we're forecasting they're going to receive is going to be increasing as a result of all the other changes that we're making to the rate design, assuming that the rate structure that we're proposing gets adopted by the city commission. Then net, they should end up with a slightly larger general fund transfer compared to what they would otherwise be getting without all the changes to the rate design. So even though the street lighting bill itself is increasing under this proposal, the city's still ending up ahead, financially better off as a result of all the changes being proposed. I guess maybe stop there to see if there's any questions on that important element.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. Any comments? I think this was similar to some of the other impacts, I guess, with removing the discounted rate also had a similar effect. So it's just
yes, that's a great observation. The impact of doing away with municipal rates, special for municipal customers, is also reflected in this slide. So that change is also embedded in this analysis as well.
Great.
Next slide. I think I only have a few more. Just as a real quick reminder, I know I went over this last month, but for the purposes of making some of these comparisons, you have to keep in mind that the FPEC, as it currently is today, is artificially low because we're drawing down on prior over recoveries. So if not for those over recoveries, the FPEC in January of this year would have been something in the order of 7.3 cents. So when we do these comparisons, I'm sometimes showing you the comparison with the FPEC at today's actual rate, which is a little less than 3.5 cents, but also perhaps more realistically on a neutral basis, what the FPEC would otherwise be if not for the over recoveries of 7.3 cents. So if you go to the next slide, this was the comparison of a residential bill that I showed you last month. So on the upper left-hand corner, it shows April 2026. So it shows kind of how the bill would change from the current bill of $134.10 to $134.83. So almost the same bill. And I talked through this previously about how the rate structure would result in different charges showing up on the bill, but net you would be in a relatively similar position. Importantly, I'll point out this assumes the FPEC currently under the current bill would be the 7.3 cents we talked about earlier. Keep in mind that $134.83 is the proposed bill, because I'm going to refer back to that in 2 slides. Next slide. So this is now showing the residential bill comparison, current rates and proposed rates for 1,000 kWh with the changes that we were talking about at the beginning of the presentation. So importantly, that includes increasing the cash funding towards capital projects to $8 million per year. So you'll see it added, roughly speaking, round numbers, a couple dollars to the proposed bill compared to the current bill. However, if you'll go to the next slide, when the CBC, community benefit charge, is reduced to reflect water and wastewater paying their own electric bill, and we can take that cost out of the community benefit charge, then the proposed rates look as shown here, where the $134.10 is pretty similar, within $1 of $134.82 under that proposal. So you'll remember, this is on the 2 slides ago when I was there last month, I said the proposed bill for 1,000 kWh would be estimated at $134.83. I think we were talking when Mark was speaking earlier how this increase in cash funding for capital is equally offset by a reduction to the CBC. This illustrates how that works. And so you'll see the proposed bill after CBC is reduced is almost identical. It's within a penny of the bill I was presenting to you last month.
Okay, so just to make sure that I understand, so on this reduction, this is once the water is paying for their electric bill.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Which is your point earlier about the 2.5 million going up and then going down, I guess, from the water.
Right.
So
that's
it's
it.
still a net.
So we're back basically to the same bill impact that we were looking at a month ago before we made these most recent changes to the analysis.
Great.
And notably, a pretty similar bill to what a current bill would look like if the FPEC was at 73.3 cents.
Sounds good. Any additional questions, comments? All right.
All right, thank you.
Was that it, or?
Well,
That's it. I'm happy to take any other questions. There's obviously other, if you're a resident that doesn't consume exactly 1,000 kWh, then the impact differs slightly, but we can show that later or answer that as appropriate.
That's understood. If you do more or less, your bill's going to be different and potentially impacted differently. But, okay, so there was additional comments, questions? No. There was a motion. There was a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Before we move on, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to acknowledge Commissioner Kalonsky, who did give feedback on this process as we move forward at the beginning. So I just wanted to, express my gratitude to that.
Yeah, and as I said earlier, I mean, there was a lot of work from many people, from the rate task force, but definitely on the team, the PUB team, and getting all the financials, getting all of the usage, getting all of that. So I just want to say that I appreciate all the work, and I particularly appreciate this slide because it makes it, I think, very clear, and I hope it will help us on our goal in getting what the utility needs as far as the rates. So, thank you, Mark. Any other questions? Okay, so I think we're done with that item. We'll move on to recess to close meeting. We'll recess to close meeting and consider matters pursuant to Texas Government Code Chapter 551. At this time, the items on the agenda designated for closed meeting will be considered. If there is any approved motion to go into closed meeting, the listeners will be placed on hold until the board returns to open meeting. Item 1, meeting with the board legal counsel for advice about contemplated and pending court and administrative litigation and on matters in which the duty of the attorney under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct conflicts with Chapter 551, Section 551.071, including but not limited to any item moved to closed session and the following. A, reports of local and special counsel, including regarding potential or pending litigation involving BPUB. B, city BPUB MOU related matters. 2, Presentation and discussion and possible recommendation of information upon pricing of purchased power, generation, and fuel, and their impact upon the fuel purchase energy and marketing charge, section 551.0686 and section 551.072. Presentation and item 3, presentation and discussion regarding the updated energy risk management policy, sections 551.071 and 551.86. Item 4, presentation and discussion regarding the economic development opportunities, section 551.087. Lastly, item 5, discussion regarding the board's annual evaluation process for the general manager, for the evaluation process for the general manager and chief executive officer and the director of internal audits for fiscal year 2025 and 26, sections 551.074. Do we have a motion to go into closed?
I move to go into closed.
Motion?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, everybody. We'll be right back.
Wow, you guys are
Thank
still
you
here.
for staying here.
All of you guys are champions.
Yeah.
We're going to have another 3-hour meeting. We just.
And I was pushing to close, so.
I mean, I don't know if I'm ready to leave y'all.
Okay, we're back from close meeting. Paul, can you?
Mr. Chairman?
Yep, help us on the consideration and action on closed meeting items.
Right, as to the item regarding the energy risk policy and amendments.
Sorry, do we have to open the meeting again?
No.
Oh, I thought okay, sorry.
And
Keep going.
As to amendments discussed in closed session to the energy risk policy, the staff recommends the approval as discussed in closed.
I move
Okay.
to approve.
Motion, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
I second it.
Aye.
Yes.
She said
I
yes,
said it.
but
I
there was
second.
some talking over.
Okay, also on consideration and possible action on items discussed in closed meeting.
Yeah, just real quick for the minutes, I just wanted to note that Mr. Nahida left the closed meeting at 9:18 p.m. Regarding action number 5, discussion regarding the board's annual evaluation process for the general manager and chief executive officer and the director of internal auditor for fiscal year 2025-2026. Is there a motion to adopt the evaluation as to the GM and CEO and proceed as discussed in executive and authorizing the chair to execute a contract amendment in accordance with that discussion?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
Yeah, I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes.
And then a motion to table the completion of the evaluation for the Director of Internal Audit for a special called meeting this Friday.
So moved.
Do you have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
That's all I have.
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Well, you're supposed to ask if anybody has any.
Any other, no, I can skip it, I think. Consideration and action on future agenda items?
I'd like a consideration and action on possibly delaying the food delivery till much later in the evening so it's not ice cold.
Based on what we talked about earlier, about, you know, what we can expect in terms of communication for whenever there are difficult situations like yesterday, it would be nice to have a very short presentation next month on protocols for, you know, when something can be determined to be a relevant outage, you know, relevant event, that then the board and city commission can be notified, as opposed to, again, so that we're able to answer questions and direct people to the adequate information.
Okay. I think that's fair. Any other requests for future agenda items? No? If not, then do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourned.